Another traveler lost at sea has found their way here, tired of the currents, the storms, and the noise of the world. Sit with me by the fire. Tonight, I'll tell you the story of Sanji, the one some call the dancing flame, a soul born between salt and sky, whose hands wove dreams from earth's bounty, and whose feet carried the rhythm of forgotten storms. They say his heart burned with a blue fire, a fire that could never be extinguished by the cruelest seas or the coldest nights. They say he was born neither on land nor sea, but in the thin mist where the two embrace, a child of impossible beginnings, cradled by the whispers of forgotten tides. In those days, the world was younger, and the boundaries between realms were like gossamer veils, easily parted by those with dreams vast enough to fill the horizon. His first breaths mingled with sea spray, they say. His cries harmonized with the calling gulls. The moon that night hung heavy and gold in the sky, reflecting in waters that had never known such stillness. Perhaps it was an omen, this silence, a moment when even the most ancient currents paused to witness his arrival. The elders speak of how his mother was the daughter of a lighthouse keeper, her heart as steady as the flame she tended. His father, they whisper, with voices that tremble slightly, was a man of steel and shadow, with blood that ran cold as the deepest trenches. But such lineage matters little in legends, for it is not our beginnings that define us, but the tides we choose to follow. In those early years, the boy walked barefoot on shores where no human had stepped. He learned the language of salt and stone, of wave and wind. His small hands would trace patterns in wet sand, patterns that some fishermen later claimed were ancient runes, spells of protection for those who ventured too far from shore. A strange child, the village mothers would murmur, watching him stare for hours at the horizon, as if listening to voices only he could hear. A child touched by the sea gods, others would counter, noting how fish would leap into shallow waters at his approach, offering themselves like gifts. Perhaps it was during those solitary vigils that he first dreamed of the all-blue, that mythical convergence where all waters meet, where all creatures swim in harmony, where the boundary between dream and reality dissolves like salt, not a place to be found, but a state of being to be achieved. The winters of his childhood were harsh, they say, gales that could strip bark from trees and turn birds to ice mid-flight. Yet he would stand on jutting cliffs, leaning into the wind as if embracing an old friend. His small body seemed to bend without breaking, to yield without surrendering, learning early the subtle strength of adaptation. Some nights, when darkness fell thick as velvet across the water, fishermen returning late would glimpse him sitting cross-legged on the dock, a small flame dancing between his palms, not burning him, but warming his face with golden light. How a child summoned fire from nothing, they never questioned too deeply. Some mysteries are better left undisturbed. There came a season of hunger to the coastal villages. Nets returned empty, gardens withered, and the sky hung low and gray as iron. It was then that the boy revealed his first gift, with ingredients so meager they would bring tears to a pauper's eyes. A handful of seaweed, the flesh of a single clam, rainwater collected in a shell. He created a broth that sustained an entire family for days. "Where did you learn this?" they asked him, amazed. He only smiled and pointed to the sea, the sky, the earth beneath their feet. "They teach if you listen," he replied, in a voice that seemed older than his years. By his 10th summer, his hands had grown nimble as dancers, his senses keen as a hunting osprey's. He could tell from the subtle shift in a cooking aroma exactly when to remove a pot from fire. He could feel in his bones the coming of storms 3 days before the first clouds gathered. And most remarkably, he began to understand that food was more than sustenance. It was memory, comfort, communion. They say that during the festival of tides that year, When the village gathered to appease the sea gods, it was his modest offering, a simple fish preparation, that caused the eldest grandmother to weep without knowing why. When asked, she could only say that the taste had reminded her of something she had never experienced but had always longed for, perhaps the taste of belonging. And so, the legend began to take shape, like a ship emerging from morning fog. The boy, who spoke through flavors, who danced with ocean winds, whose heart seemed to beat in rhythm with the eternal sea, a child of salt and flame, neither fully of the land nor fully of the water, but existing in the sacred space between, where all transformations begin. Perhaps it was the way morning light caught the steam rising from his creations, transforming ordinary air into veils of gold. Perhaps it was how each ingredient seemed to surrender willingly to his touch, offering its essence more completely than it would for others. However it began, there was no denying the truth that spread through coastal villages like a whispered prayer. His hands held magic, not the ostentatious magic of conjurers and illusionists with their smoke and mirrors and desperate need for applause. No, his was the deeper magic, the kind that exists in the spaces between heartbeats, in the moment dew transforms to vapor, in the silent conversation between moon and tide. They say he could feel the life story of a fish just by holding it, could tell in which currents it had swum, what joys and fears had moved through its silver body, whether it had lived fully or merely survived. And somehow, this knowing translated into his preparation, so that those who ate his food tasted not just flavor, but experience, the cold rush of deep water, the ecstasy of breaking surface into sunlight, the ancient dance of predator and prey. The boy doesn't cook food, one fisherman said. After a meal that had left him quietly weeping, he releases memories we never knew we had. By his 15th year, his hands had grown strong, yet remained gentle, capable of kneading the toughest dough until it yielded like silk, or handling herbs so delicately that they hardly knew they'd been picked. These same hands began to move differently when danger approached. They became wind, water, flame, not striking, but flowing, turning aggression back upon itself. The old martial arts master, who lived in isolation on the cliff's edge, noticed him one evening, practicing movements against the sunset. The master watched silently for 7 days before approaching. "You fight as you cook," the master observed, "with respect for what exists before you touch it." The boy nodded, somehow understanding the profound truth in these words. "But you use only your hands," the master continued. "What of your feet, which connect you to the earth? What of your legs, which can bridge heaven and ground?" And so began another education, not replacing, but complementing the first. While his hands learned the language of creation, his legs learned the poetry of protection. He trained at dawn, when the boundary between night and day blurred like watercolors on wet paper. He trained in storms, when rain made every surface treacherous, and wind pushed against each movement. They say he once practiced the same kick for 30 days, without rest, not to perfect its force, but to understand its essence. By the 30th day, witnesses claimed the air itself seemed to part before his foot moved, as if offering passage. Yet always, he returned to his first love, the alchemy of the kitchen. In those days, he began to understand that cooking was not about dominating ingredients, but about listening to them, that each vegetable and grain and protein had its own wisdom to impart. His creations became conversations between earth and water, between past and present, between hunger and fulfillment. Word of his dual gifts spread along trade routes. Wealthy merchants offered gold for his services. Pirates threatened to take by force what could not be bought, but he remained elusive, appearing where need was greatest rather than where payment was highest. A remote village, stricken with a wasting illness, found baskets of healing broth outside each door at dawn, though no one had seen him arrive or depart. A band of orphans living in coastal caves discovered weekly bundles of food that somehow included each child's favorite treat, though they had told no one of their preferences. "How do you know what each person needs?" a child once asked, having tracked him to his preparation site. He smiled, his hands continuing their dance over bubbling pots. "The body speaks, if you listen closely enough. Yours is asking for iron and sweet things, for comfort and strength." The child watched, entranced, as he transformed simple ingredients into something that shimmered with more than heat. "Is it magic?" she whispered. "No," he replied. "It's attention. The world is constantly telling us what it needs, what it fears, what it loves. Most people never learn to listen. As seasons passed, his reputation grew, but he himself seemed to diminish, becoming more vessel than creator, more conduit than source. His own needs receded until those who knew him best worried he might someday fade entirely, becoming nothing but the space where sea meets sky. Yet there remained one hunger he could not satisfy, one thirst no amount of skill could quench. In quiet moments, when kitchens fell silent and training grounds emptied, his gaze would drift to the horizon. There, beyond visible distance, lay something that called to him, with a voice both strange and familiar, a convergence of all waters, all wisdom, all possibility. His hands might speak the language of nourishment, his feet might write poems of protection upon the air, but his heart spoke only of searching, of journey, of the endless blue that awaited beyond the known world. They say that when he moved, the boundaries between body and element dissolved, not that he commanded the air, for who can truly command what has never known submission? Rather, he entered into communion with it, becoming not master, but partner in an ancient dance. Those fortunate enough to witness this transformation spoke of it in hushed tones, as one might describe a religious experience, how his form seemed to blur at the edges, as if he were partly made of the same substance that carried birdsong and scattered seeds across meadows, how the wind itself appeared to pause, to gather, to flow through him rather than around him. It began, they say, on the night of the autumn gale, that terrible storm that comes once a generation to remind humans of their impermanence, while others barricaded doors and windows. He walked to the highest cliff, where nothing stood between his solitary figure and the fury of the tempest. For hours, he stood motionless, eyes closed, feeling each nuance of the raging air against his skin, not fighting, not resisting, but learning, the way a child learns language by immersion rather than instruction. The villagers who had followed at a distance, concerned for his safety, or perhaps their own, should their best provider be lost, witnessed what happened next. As the storm reached its crescendo, he began to move, slowly at first, then with increasing fluidity, his body responding to each gust and eddy as if they were musical notes only he could hear. His legs traced arcs through space that seemed to gather the storm's chaos and transform it into harmony. Where his feet touched ground, small circles of calm appeared amid the maelstrom. By dawn, when the storm finally exhausted itself, he remained standing, drenched but unwearied, as if he had spent the night in gentle conversation rather than battle. Those watching claimed the final winds seemed almost reluctant to leave him, swirling around his form like affectionate cats before dissipating into the brightening sky. "What did you do?" asked the village elder, approaching cautiously across the mud-slicked ground. "I listened," he replied simply. "The wind doesn't wish to destroy. It only wishes to be acknowledged." From that day forward, his movement changed. His kicks once merely powerful, now carried strange after effects. Sometimes they seemed to arrive before his foot had completed its arc, as if the air itself anticipated and extended his intention. Sometimes they left trails of disturbed atmosphere that continued affecting objects moments after he had withdrawn. The local children created a game they called Chasing His Shadows, trying to catch the lingering ripples his movements left behind. Like attempting to grasp smoke with bare hands, they never succeeded, but their laughter as they tried became a familiar soundtrack to his training sessions. He began teaching others, not through formal instruction, but through example. A fisherman's son, with a withered leg, found that by observing and mimicking even a fraction of his movements, his own body grew stronger, more balanced. A grandmother, whose joints had stiffened with age, discovered renewed fluidity after he guided her through what appeared to be a simple morning stretch, but contained within it the secret language of wind and water. Yet for all his mastery of external movement, it was the internal transformations that most defined him. Each day, he seemed to carry less within himself, fewer attachments, less ego, reduced separation from the world around him. His possessions dwindled to nearly nothing. His needs became so minimal that some wondered if he still required food and sleep like ordinary men. "Are you becoming a spirit?" a child once asked him, directly, with the innocence that allows such questions. He laughed, a sound as rare and cherished as rain in drought. "No, little one, I'm becoming more fully human by remembering what that truly means." They say his most remarkable quality was this: though his kicks could shatter stone and redirect the path of falling water, he used this power only to protect, never to dominate. Unlike others of great strength, who view the world as territory to be conquered, he moved through it as guest rather than owner, with the humility of one who understands that all power is borrowed rather than possessed. In the season of red leaves, raiders came to the coastal villages, men with eyes hardened by greed and hands calloused from weapons rather than work. They had heard rumors of prosperous fishing communities and came to claim what was not theirs to take. Witnesses say he met them not with anger, but with something like compassion, as if seeing through their surface violence to the wounded children they had once been. When they refused to depart peacefully, he moved among them like mist through a forest, not striking so much as redirecting, turning their own force against them with such subtle efficiency that many believed themselves defeated by natural clumsiness rather than external opposition. When it was finished, with the raiders retreating in confusion and no blood spilled on either side, the village leader asked why he had shown such mercy to those who intended harm. "Violence can end violence," he replied, "watching the distant ships disappear over the horizon, but only understanding can end its cause." As years passed, myths grew around him, like barnacles on a ship's hull, some true, most exaggerated, all containing kernels of truth within their fancy. They said he could kick with such precision that he could separate a raindrop from a rainfall. They claimed he once fought the north wind to a standstill in a dispute over a fishing fleet. They whispered that his true form was visible only in reflections, where one might glimpse blue flames dancing around his limbs. But beneath these tales lay a simpler truth. He had learned to exist in perfect balance between strength and gentleness, between action and acceptance, between the solid reality of earth and the intangible mystery of air. His dance with the wind was not about conquest, but conversation, a dialogue between mortal flesh and immortal element. And always, always, his eyes would turn toward the distant horizon, where the line between sea and sky blurred into possibility. For while he had mastered the dance of wind, There remained currents he had yet to join, waters whose language he still yearned to learn. They say the oath was not spoken, but lived, written not in words, but in actions that rippled across time like stones cast into still water. Some call it chivalry, others devotion, but these terms are vessels too small to contain the vastness of what flowed through his azure heart. The origins of this oath remain shrouded in the mists of his early years. Perhaps it began with his mother, that lighthouse keeper's daughter, whose steadfast flame guided ships through darkness. Perhaps it sparked during a moment of injustice, witnessed through a child's clear eyes, untainted by the world's compromises. Or perhaps it simply existed within him always, like the rhythm of tides, elemental, inevitable, beyond explanation. What is known as this: by his 17th year, when most young men chase fleeting pleasures and test the boundaries of their newfound strength, he had already committed himself to a code as unwavering as the North Star, a code that placed the welfare of others, particularly those society deemed weaker or less worthy of protection, above his own comfort, safety, and desires. The strong exist to shelter, not to dominate. He once told a group of young fighters who sought to learn his techniques for their own glory. When they protested that strength entitled them to reward, he led them to the ocean's edge as a storm approached. Watch, he instructed, as massive waves rose and fell. The ocean is strength incarnate, yet it spends its enormous power creating and sustaining life. It could destroy the land entirely, yet it restrains itself, coming only so far before retreating. True strength lies not in what you can take, but in what you can protect, while asking nothing in return. Most walked away, disappointed by what they perceived as weakness disguised as philosophy, but a few remained, sensing deeper currents beneath his words. These became his first true disciples, not in fighting technique, but in the harder discipline of compassionate strength. The village women spoke of him differently than the men, where men told tales of his combat prowess, embellished with each retelling until he became nearly mythological. Women shared quieter stories, how he appeared without being called when heavy items needed moving, how he ensured elderly widows received the choicest portions of community meal, how his eyes, when addressing even the humblest woman, held the same respect he showed to village elders and skilled warriors. He sees us, one grandmother explained to her puzzled granddaughter, not as we appear to others, but as we truly are, beneath our circumstances. This sight extended beyond humans to all living things. He would relocate spiders rather than kill them. He developed fishing methods that avoided unnecessary suffering. He could spend hours observing ants rebuilding after rain had destroyed their hills, his face showing the same intense concentration he brought to martial training. Yet this compassion never softened into sentimentality. When true threats emerged, pirates threatening coastal villages, corrupt officials exploiting the poor, natural disasters requiring immediate action, his response was swift and uncompromising. The same legs that moved with dancer's grace through morning meditation could become instruments of perfect justice when innocents faced harm. They say he once defended a small port town from 50 armed mercenaries, hired by a wealthy merchant to claim the harbor as private property. Witnesses described not violence, but something like a performance, his body moving through the crowd of attackers like wind through tall grass, redirecting blows, creating spaces of unexpected calm, systematically disarming without maiming. When it ended, with all 50 men rendered harmless, without permanent injury, he addressed their leader directly. You are defeated, but not diminished. There is no shame in losing to the sea, the wind, or to truth. Return to your employer with this message. Some things cannot be owned, only shared. The blue sea that bordered his homeland became both teacher and symbol to him, representing that which gives endlessly without becoming less. On still nights, locals would sometimes discover him sitting at the water's edge, engaged in what appeared to be conversation with the gentle waves, not speaking aloud, but communicating through the subtle language of presence. As his legend grew, so did the challenges to his code. Those with power often resent those who refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. Warlords sent assassins. Corrupt officials placed bounties on his head. Women he had protected offered affection. He gently declined, explaining that his heart's oath required him to give without expectation of return. Most difficult were the times when compassion itself became a form of suffering, when he felt every pain he witnessed as if it were his own. During a particularly harsh winter, when an epidemic swept through coastal villages, he worked without rest for 30 days, preparing medicinal broths, carrying water, comforting the dying. Those who saw him in those final days described a man almost transparent with exhaustion, yet moving with the strange energy of one who has passed beyond normal human limitation. When the crisis finally passed, he disappeared for 7 days. Searchers found him on a remote beach, unconscious but breathing, his body curled around itself like a child's. Upon waking, he explained nothing, but those close to him noticed a new depth in his eyes, as if he had traveled somewhere beyond ordinary experience and returned with knowledge he could not articulate. The oath is not about perfection, he told a frustrated apprentice who had failed to live up to his own ideals. It is about direction. We face toward compassion as plants face toward light, growing not in straight lines, but in whatever way allows us to receive more of what sustains us. As years passed, the oath seemed to transform from conscious choice to essential nature. He no longer needed to decide to be kind, to protect, to serve. These actions flowed from him as naturally as breath. His rare moments of anger came only when witnessing cruelty that could have been avoided, suffering that served no purpose, strength used to diminish rather than elevate. Yet for all his dedication to others, there remained within him a private longing, a quest as personal as his service was communal. The all-blue called to him in dreams, its voice becoming clearer with each passing season. Not a physical place only, but a state of perfect harmony, where all waters meet, all beings find their place, all divisions dissolve into unity. The paradox of his existence took shape. To fulfill his oath to others, he would someday need to follow his own deepest calling, to seek that mythical convergence where personal desire and universal good become indistinguishable from one another. And so, the legend of his azure heart continued to grow, even as the man himself began preparing, in ways subtle and patient, for the journey that would either complete or transcend his earthly oath. They say no great soul walks entirely alone, though solitude may be their frequent companion. Even the most singular flame attracts others who seek its light and warmth. So, it was with him, the solitary boy, who became a beacon despite his quiet nature, drawing to himself a fellowship as unlikely as it was inevitable. They came to him gradually, these pilgrims of the horizon, not summoned, but drawn, like scattered notes, finding their way into a single melody. Each carried their own distinctive dreams, wounds, and gifts. Each recognized in him something that resonated with their deepest selves. Not a leader to follow blindly, but a fellow seeker whose path somehow illuminated their own. First came the navigator, a young woman with eyes that reflected starlight even at noon. They say she could read the secret language of clouds, could feel the earth's magnetic pulse through the soles of her bare feet. Her laughter rang like temple bells, but her silences held depths few dared to explore. I know where you're trying to go, she told him when they first met on a fog-shrouded dock. The place all waters meet. The all blue, he acknowledged, surprised to hear his private dream spoken aloud. I don't know if it exists, she admitted, but I know how to search for what others call impossible. Their paths joined like tributaries, flowing toward the same distant sea. Next arrived the storyteller, a young man whose tales could make reality itself seem flimsy by comparison. His words created worlds within the minds of listeners, his voice containing multitudes. Some claimed he was partly fabrication himself, more legend than flesh. Yet his friendship was solid as earth, his loyalty unwavering as mountains. Every great journey needs its chronicler, he announced, appearing one evening beside their campfire, as if he had always belonged there. Otherwise, how will those who come after know which stars guided you? The healer joined them during the season of white rains, when illness swept through a coastal village. They were helping. His hands, gentle as dawn light, could coax wounds into becoming whole again. His eyes, ancient in a young face, had witnessed suffering most couldn't comprehend, yet remained kind. He carried herbs, instruments, and knowledge gathered from 100 healing traditions. But his greatest medicine was presence itself. You feed bodies, he observed, watching their shared subject work at preparing meals for the sick. I mend them. Perhaps together we address different aspects of the same essential hunger. The warrior found them by accident, or so she claimed. A woman of few words, but decisive actions, her body marked with scars that told stories she refused to share. Her weapons were extensions of her limbs, her combat skills honed through trials she never discussed. She watched him move through his morning exercises for 7 days before approaching. You fight as if fighting itself is regrettable, she said, her tone neither approving nor condemning. I want to understand how someone can be both so gentle and so lethal. Others joined temporarily, fellow travelers whose paths intersected for a season or a reason before diverging again. A musician whose songs could calm storms, a craftsman who shaped wood into objects that seemed almost alive, a child with no apparent abilities except the capacity to ask questions that left adults speechless with their simple profundity. Together, they formed not a crew in the traditional sense, but a constellation, each maintaining their distinctive brilliance, while creating patterns greater than their individual lights could produce. They argued, reconciled, challenged, and supported one another. They shared meals that became communion, silences that spoke volumes, dangers that forged unbreakable bonds. He cooked for them, these companions of the journey, not merely to satisfy hunger, but to create moments of perfect harmony amid the chaos of their questing. Each dish honored their individual essences while celebrating their collective presence. The navigator received creations that evoked the precise feeling of discovering new horizons. The storyteller found on his plate narratives made edible, flavors that unfolded like well-crafted tales. How do you know us so well? The healer once asked, moved nearly to tears by a simple soup that somehow contained the essence of his childhood home, a place he had never described. I listen, he replied, the familiar answer containing unfamiliar depths, not just to what you say, but to what you are. Their search for the all blue became more than a physical journey. It transformed into a shared quest for meaning, for connection, for the place where individual dreams converge into collective purpose. They traversed landscapes, both external and internal, weathering storms of nature and emotion, celebrating triumphs, both mundane and miraculous. They say that during these wandering years, he changed in subtle ways. The sharp edges of his solitude softened. His rare smiles came more frequently. His cooking evolved to incorporate influences from each companion, becoming more complex, yet somehow more essential, as if approaching some fundamental truth about nourishment itself. Yet the core of him remained constant, that unwavering devotion to both his art and his principles. He still rose before dawn to train his body and spirit. He still treated each ingredient with reverence. He still fought only to protect, never to dominate, and always his gaze would turn toward the horizon, seeking that mythical convergence of all waters. Their fellowship was tested in ways both spectacular and ordinary. They faced pirates and politicians, monsters, and mundane hardships. They weathered betrayals and misunderstandings, illness and injury. Through it all, their bonds strengthened, not despite these challenges, but because of them, like metals forged in the same fire, becoming an alloy stronger than its separate components. Yet for all their unity, each maintained their sovereign selfhood. The navigator still charted her own inner stars. The storyteller still crafted tales that were his alone to tell. The healer still carried wounds visible only to himself. The warrior still fought battles others couldn't see. And he, the dancing flame around whom they had gathered, still carried within him that solitary blue fire that no companionship, however profound, could fully share. A calling that was his alone to answer, a journey that others might join but never completely understand. Perhaps this was their greatest strength as pilgrims of the horizon, not that they walked in perfect step, but that they honored each other's distinct rhythms while moving in the same general direction. Not that they saw the world identically, but that they willingly shared what each one saw, creating together a vision more complete than any could achieve alone. "We are not searching for a place," he told them one night, as they sat beneath stars so bright they seemed almost within reach. "We are becoming a possibility." None asked him to explain. Some truths require no translation, resonating directly with something already known, but not yet recognized. In the silence that followed his words, each felt both deeply known and utterly free, the paradoxical gift of true fellowship. And so, they continued their journey, these pilgrims of the horizon, these seekers of the all-blue, creating through their shared quest a legend greater than any one of them could have generated alone. A constellation of souls whose light would guide others long after their individual journeys had ended. They say the all-blue exists beyond maps, yet within reach of those who know how to search for it. Not merely a place where physical waters meet, but a convergence of possibility itself, where the boundaries between dreaming and waking thin to transparency, where separation dissolves into wholeness. His quest for this mythical sea began in childhood as a cook's curiosity, a desire to access all ingredients, all flavors, all possibilities of nourishment in one abundant location. But as he matured, so did his understanding of what he truly sought. The all-blue became less destination than revelation, less place than state of being, the perfect integration of all he had learned, all he had become, all he still aspired to be. The first true whisper came to him during the storm of 7 days, when their small vessel was driven far off course into waters unmarked on any chart. The waves rose like liquid mountains, their peaks dissolving into mist that blurred the boundary between ocean and sky. For nearly a week, they survived on his instinct and the navigator's uncanny sense of movement, not fighting the tempest, but flowing with its chaotic patterns. On the 7th dawn, when the storm finally exhausted itself, they found themselves floating in waters of such extraordinary clarity that the deep-dwelling creatures far below appeared as distinct as birds in nearby trees. The sea itself seemed to radiate an inner light, its color neither quite green nor blue, but something between and beyond, a hue for which human language had no name. As he stood at the rail, transfixed by this impossible color, a school of fish surfaced nearby, species he recognized from the north, south, east, and west seas, swimming together in harmonious formation, though they should never have shared the same waters. They circled the vessel, once before, disappearing into the depths, leaving barely a ripple to mark their passing. "Was that?" the navigator began, her voice hushed with wonder. "A fragment," he replied, understanding without being told. "A glimpse, not the all blue itself, but evidence of its existence." From that day forward, these whispers became more frequent, brief encounters with something that existed outside ordinary reality, yet affected it profoundly, an unexpected current carrying tropical fruits to Arctic shores, a beach where footprints filled with tiny blooms as soon as they were made, a fog that tasted of spices from a dozen different islands. When it touched the tongue, he began collecting these signs, not as a navigator collects landmarks, but as a poet gathers images, not for their literal meaning, but for the greater truth they collectively suggested. Each whisper affirmed that the all blue was not merely legend, but something breaking through into the known world, like light penetrating a curtain through countless tiny holes. "It's calling you," the storyteller observed, watching him stare for hours at a phosphorescent pattern in nighttime waters, a pattern that seemed almost like written language if viewed from the right perspective. "Not just me," he replied, his voice distant. "It calls to everyone. Few listen." The search transformed him in subtle ways. His movements, always graceful, acquired an almost liquid quality, as if his body were remembering the ocean from which all life originally emerged. His cooking evolved to incorporate elements that shouldn't have worked together, yet created harmonies of flavor that brought tears to eyes unaccustomed to weeping. His gaze, when it rested on ordinary objects, seemed to perceive their extraordinary essence. They traversed seas, both charted and forgotten, following clues that appeared in dreams, in ancient texts, in patterns of migration no ornithologist had documented. They sought wisdom from islands where humans lived in harmony with ocean creatures, from reclusive scholars whose studies had carried them beyond the boundaries of conventional knowledge, from fishermen whose lifetimes on water had attuned them to its subtlest languages. "The all blue exists where all divisions end," an ancient woman told them, her blind eyes seeming to see more than their sighted ones, between self and other, between seeking and finding, between human and element. "How will we recognize it when we find it?" the healer asked. "You will not find it," she replied, her weathered face creasing into a smile. "It will find you when you are ready to be found." These cryptic guidances accumulated like shells gathered along endless shores, beautiful in themselves, yet more significant as parts of a collection that gradually revealed a pattern. The all blue, they began to understand, was both physical reality and metaphysical truth, both actual waters and the perfect understanding those waters represented. Throughout their journey, he continued his dual practices, the martial discipline that had become indistinguishable from dance, the culinary art that had transcended mere cooking to become a form of communion with life itself. These were not separate from his quest, but integral to it. Each kick that harmonized with air currents, each meal that honored the essence of its ingredients, bringing him incrementally closer to the state of perfect integration the all blue represented. They say that in the season of long shadows, when their vessel anchored in a cove whose peculiar acoustics caused whispers to carry for miles, while shouts fell dead at the speaker's feet, he experienced the most profound whisper yet, standing alone on deck beneath aurora lights that painted the night in colors no painter could reproduce. He felt rather than heard the message, a calling so intimate it seemed to originate from within his own cells. When his companions found him at dawn, still standing in the same position, tears had frozen on his cheeks like tiny diamonds. He would not speak of what had transpired between himself and the night, but from that moment, a new certainty guided their journey. Not the frantic seeking of before, but the measured patience of one who knows that what is truly desired is also truly coming. The All Blue is not just a place where waters meet, he told them as they shared a meal of such simple perfection, it defied description. It is where all aspects of ourselves converge, where the cook and the warrior, the dreamer and the protector, the solitary soul, and the communal heart discover they were never truly separate. As if in confirmation of this understanding, the signs increased in frequency and clarity. They encountered islands that appeared on no charts, then vanished behind them as if dissolving back into dream. They witnessed migrations of creatures thought extinct for centuries. They sailed through passages where water itself seemed to sing in harmonies impossible for human throats to produce. The navigator, studying stars that seemed to rearrange themselves nightly, finally said what they had all begun to suspect. We're no longer entirely in the world we came from. The boundaries are thinning around us. Is that dangerous? The warrior asked, her hand instinctively moving to her weapon. Only to our old understandings, he replied, his voice calm as still water. We're not leaving reality behind. We're approaching a more complete version of it. As their journey continued, following currents that seemed to flow according to laws different from those governing ordinary waters, even their vessel began to change, responding to waves before they arrived, navigating passages barely wide enough to admit it, requiring less maintenance despite increasingly challenging conditions. It's as if the ship itself is awakening, the storyteller marveled, trailing his fingers through water that left no moisture on his skin, yet somehow quenched a thirst he hadn't recognized. Everything awakens when approached with full attention, he answered, his eyes reflecting something beyond the visible horizon. The All Blue is not just something to be discovered, it's something to be invited. And so their quest continued, no longer a desperate search, but a gradual attunement, a synchronized dance with forces larger than themselves, yet inseparable from their own deepest nature. The whispers of the All Blue became a constant conversation, guiding them toward that perfect convergence where seeking and finding, journey and destination, self and world would reveal themselves as what they had always secretly been, different expressions of a single, unbroken reality. They say our shadows are not our enemies, but our forgotten selves, parts we have disowned, yet cannot escape. They say bloodlines carry more than physical traits. They transmit unspoken memories, unresolved conflicts, unredeemed possibilities that flow through generations, like silent currents beneath visible waters. His own shadow stretched long behind him, growing more substantial rather than fading as he moved toward the light of his dream. His bloodline pulled at him like an anchor chain, not merely his personal past, but the accumulated weight of a lineage that had chosen paths divergent from his own. The first messenger arrived during a rare period of stillness, when their vessel was docked for repairs at a harbor town known for its neutrality. A figure wrapped in colors that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, moving with the peculiar grace of those trained from birth in arts both elegant and lethal. Blood calls to blood, the messenger said simply, extending a scroll sealed with an emblem he had not seen since childhood, but instantly recognized, the mark of his father's house, a lineage of steel and shadow. The navigator, seeing his face, moved protectively closer. You don't have to answer, but some calls reach beyond choice, touching realms where free will and destiny become indistinguishable from one another. The scroll contained not words, but a map, locations marked in a code only those of his blood could decipher, leading to an island that appeared on no chart, yet existed in the shared nightmares of his earliest memories. They wouldn't contact me without grave cause, he said that night, as his companions gathered around a meal he had prepared with unusual solemnity. Dishes from his childhood, flavors that carried the bittersweet taste of origins one might wish to forget, yet cannot. Will you go alone? The warrior asked, understanding before the others the nature of what he faced. Some shadows can only be integrated by those who cast them, he replied. Yet when dawn came, they stood united on deck. These pilgrims who had become more than companions, these seekers who had formed a constellation around his solitary flame. Their faces held no expectation or demand, only the quiet solidarity of those who understand that true fellowship means supporting another's necessary solitude. We journey together, the storyteller said simply. Even when paths temporarily diverge, the island emerged from morning mist, like a memory taking physical form, jagged cliffs rising from churning waters, structures of stone and metal, perched like predatory birds along its upper reaches. No vegetation softened its harsh lines, no visible life mitigated its stark presence, yet it pulsed with a strange vitality, an intensity that felt more force than form. They say he walked ashore alone, his movements fluid as ever yet carrying a new weight, the gravity of one returning to origins both inescapable and unembraceable. The sand beneath his feet seemed to recognize his tread, shifting to accommodate his steps, as if acknowledging the return of something that belonged to it, yet had evolved beyond its boundaries. What transpired on that island remains largely untold, fragments preserved in the storyteller's most private chronicles, glimpses shared years later when firelight and friendship created spaces safe enough for such revelation. They speak of confrontations not primarily physical but existential, of facing aspects of himself encoded in his very cells, yet foreign to his chosen spirit. They say his father awaited him in a chamber where light and shadow engaged in perpetual, unresolved battle, not the father of ordinary flesh, but something more elemental, a principle given human form, a force that had contributed to his creation without understanding what it had helped bring into being. You have denied your nature, this figure said, voice like stone grinding against metal. I have transcended it, he replied, by embracing what lies beyond it. The conversation that followed existed partly in words, partly in the subtle language of stance and gesture, partly in realms where communication occurs through means more fundamental than either. At its core lay the eternal question of determination versus choice, whether bloodlines are destiny or merely starting points from which infinite divergence becomes possible. You were created for purposes beyond your understanding, his father informed him. Your strength was designed, your skills anticipated, your very existence calculated to serve greater ends than your small dreams can encompass. Nothing created can be fully controlled, he answered, his calm deepening in direct proportion to the pressure exerted against it. The moment you gave me life, I became more than your intention for me. They spoke of power, its uses, its responsibilities, its temptations. They spoke of loyalty, to blood, to chosen companions, to principles that transcend both. They spoke of the future, paths branching from present choices, consequences rippling outward through time, like waves from dropped stones. Throughout this exchange, he maintained the centered presence that had become his hallmark, neither attacking nor retreating, neither rejecting his origins nor surrendering to their limiting definitions, standing in the tension between what he had come from and what he had chosen to become. He discovered a truth beyond simple resolution. I carry your blood, he finally acknowledged, but I have filled it with my own choices. I honor what gave me life without being confined by it. I recognize my shadow without being defined by it. What happened next varies in different tellings. Some say his father attacked in rage at this defiance. Others claim a more complex recognition passed between them, the grudging respect of one strong will for another that has matched and perhaps surpassed it. All versions agree that he departed the island, changed, not diminished, but clarified, like metal that has passed through fire and emerged more purely itself. When he returned to his waiting companions, they noticed subtle differences. The blue flame that had always burned within him now showed through more clearly, as if some inner barrier had dissolved. His movements contained new depths of integration, the inherited power of his bloodline now flowing unimpeded through the compassionate strength he had cultivated by choice. Did you find what you needed? The healer asked, as they set sail once more, leaving the island to recede into mist as mysteriously as it had appeared. I found what I already possessed, but had not fully claimed, he replied. The shadow is not separate from the light. The bloodline is not separate from the chosen path. They are aspects of the same journey. In the days that followed, his cooking evolved yet again, incorporating elements of his heritage that he had previously avoided, transformed through his unique approach into something that honored origins while transcending them. His fighting style acquired similar dimensions, integrating techniques that had been encoded in his very muscle memory, yet expressing them through his personally developed ethics. You've made peace with your past, the navigator observed, watching him move through forms that seemed both ancient and newborn. Not peace, he corrected gently. Integration. The past is neither to be escaped nor surrendered to. It's to be acknowledged, understood, and incorporated into a present that exceeds its limitations. This integration manifested in surprising ways, aspects of himself that had seemed contradictory, the fierce protector and the gentle nurturer, the solitary seeker and the devoted companion, now revealed themselves as complementary facets of a more complete wholeness. The divisions within him had not been resolved through choice of one aspect over others, but through recognition that such divisions had always been illusion. As their journey resumed its course toward the all-blue, guided by signs that grew more frequent and unmistakable, his companions noticed one final change. The horizon-focused gaze that had defined him for so long now alternated with moments of complete presence in the immediate. As if having reconciled past and future within himself, he had discovered the eternal present that contains both without being limited to either. The all-blue exists where all times converge, he told them one evening as they shared a meal that somehow contained flavors from every phase of their long journey together, where we recognize that our origins, our present choices, and our ultimate destinations are not separate realities, but aspects of a single, continuous unfoldment. They say that night, as he stood watch beneath stars that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat, his shadow no longer fell behind him, but gathered around him like a cloak, not a burden to be carried, but a dimension of depth that made his presence more complete. His bloodline no longer pulled at him like an anchor, but flowed through him like a river that has found its natural course to the sea. The journey toward the all-blue continued, not as escape from what he had been, but as fulfillment of everything he had been, was now, and was still becoming. The shadow and the light, the bloodline and the chosen path, the past and the future, all converging toward that mythical sea where all waters meet, all beings find their place, all divisions reveal themselves as the beautiful illusions they have always been. They say all journeys move in circles, though the traveler returns changed to a place that only appears the same. They say the truest voyages lead not outward to distant shores, but inward to the heart of what has always been present, yet rarely recognized. Perhaps this is why, in the end, his search for the all-blue became indistinguishable from the discovery of his own deepest nature. The final approach came during the season of transparent skies, when the boundary between ocean and air seemed more suggestion than barrier. Their vessel, weathered by countless storms, yet somehow more beautiful for its scars, followed currents that appeared to flow according to patterns more musical than physical, rhythms rather than mere forces guiding their path. "We're close," the navigator whispered, though no landmark justified her certainty. "The stars are singing rather than shining." For 7 days and nights, they sailed through waters that gradually transformed, becoming clearer, more luminous, more saturated with a quality none could name, but all could feel. Colors appeared that had no place in ordinary spectrums. Creatures approached their vessel without fear, some known to science, others seeming to materialize from dreams rather than evolutionary processes. On the dawn of the 8th day, they entered a region where mist rose from the water's surface, not in random patterns, but in forms that seemed almost intentional. Architectures of vapor that constructed themselves, dissolved, and reconstructed in endless variations. Within these transient structures, images appeared, fragments of each voyager's past, glimpses of possible futures, visions of alternate paths not taken. "The boundaries are dissolving," the healer observed, his voice holding wonder rather than concern, not just between water and air, but between memory and possibility, between self and world. At the heart of this mist realm lay a perfect circle of absolute stillness, water so calm it mirrored the sky with flawless precision, creating the illusion that their vessel floated in endless blue, with no distinction between above and below. The silence there possessed texture, as if composed of countless whispers that had found perfect harmony with one another. He stood at the bow, this seeker who had journeyed so far from the coastal village of his childhood, yet now seemed to be arriving at a destination that had always existed within him. The blue flame that had burned in his heart since birth, now visible around his form, not as a supernatural manifestation, but as the natural radiance of one who has achieved complete alignment between inner essence and outer expression. "The all-blue," he said simply, his voice both entirely his own and somehow carrying echoes of all who had dreamed of this convergence throughout time. They anchored at the circle's edge, each understanding instinctively that the final steps could not be taken collectively. Each pilgrim would experience the all-blue in their own way, according to their nature and their quest. The navigator found in it a perfect orientation that rendered all instruments unnecessary. The storyteller encountered narratives that existed before words and would continue beyond them. The healer discovered the source point where wholeness preceded all concepts of brokenness. The warrior met the perfect still point where protection and surrender revealed themselves as aspects of the same fundamental principle. And he, the dancing flame around whom they had gathered, he stepped from the vessel onto water that supported his weight as if recognizing him as its own. Each footfall rippled outward in patterns that corresponded to phases of his journey: childhood wonder, youthful discipline, adult integration, and something beyond that had no name in human language. At the circle's center, he began to move, not the calculated techniques of combat, nor the precise gestures of cooking, but something that contained and transcended both, a dance that was simultaneously prayer and answer, question and response, seeking and finding. His body became both instrument and musician, both message and messenger. They say that as he danced, the boundaries between his form and the elements around him grew increasingly transparent. Not that he diminished or disappeared, but that he expanded to include more than his individual selfhood had previously encompassed. The wind moved through him rather than around him. The water rose to meet his gestures rather than simply responding to them. Light itself seemed to recognize him as kin rather than subject. His companions watched from the vessel, witnessing a transformation both utterly natural and completely miraculous, like a seed becoming flower, like tide becoming wave, like breath becoming song. Not an ending, but a fulfillment, not a departure, but an arrival, so complete it transcended ordinary categories of presence and absence. When the dance concluded, if indeed it ever truly ended, rather than simply changing form, he stood once more upon the vessel's deck among his companions, the same, yet not the same, present, yet existing simultaneously in dimensions their eyes could glimpse but not fully perceive. "You found it," the navigator said, her statement both question and confirmation. "It found me," he replied, his smile containing depths that hadn't been visible before, "as it finds all who prepare themselves to be found." In the days that followed, they lingered at the edge of that perfect circle, each experiencing the all blue according to their capacity and need. Their vessel remained physically unchanged, yet seemed to acquire qualities of the realm it floated upon, becoming more vibrant, more responsive, more aligned with its own essential nature. His cooking during this period transcended even his previous mastery, creating not just meals, but experiences that nourished dimensions of his companions they hadn't known existed within them. Each ingredient seemed to offer itself completely to his touch, each flavor revealing nuances previously hidden, each creation telling the story of its journey from separate elements to harmonious whole. Yet all journeys, even those to mythical convergences, eventually transform into new beginnings. As the season of transparent skies began to wane, a shared understanding arose among them, not discussed, but mutually recognized, like musicians who know instinctively when a particular composition has reached its natural conclusion. "We must return." The storyteller voiced what all had felt, not for ourselves, but for those still searching. "The all blue is not meant to be kept," he agreed, his eyes holding both the joy of discovery and the acceptance of necessary departure. "It exists to be found, experienced, and shared, not possessed." Their return journey followed currents different from those that had brought them, not retracing their path, but completing a circle whose significance they were only now beginning to comprehend. They navigated by stars that seemed more like companions than distant objects, through waters that recognized them as kin rather than mere travelers upon its surface. Word of their return spread along coastal villages before their vessel appeared on the horizon, carried perhaps by winds that had witnessed their journey, by creatures that swam between ordinary waters and the all-blue, by dreams that traveled where physical bodies could not yet follow. When they finally made landfall at the harbor where their journey had begun years before, a curious crowd gathered, some coming for glimpses of legendary figures, others seeking confirmation of rumors that had reached them, many simply drawn by an intuition they couldn't articulate but wouldn't ignore. He stepped ashore last, This one who had journeyed so far to discover what had always existed within and around him. Those with eyes to see noticed how he moved differently now, not just with the physical grace that had always characterized him, but with a quality of presence that seemed to extend beyond his visible form, as if he occupied more dimensions than mere space could contain. In the days that followed, he shared what could be shared of his journey and its culmination, not through grand pronouncements or formal teachings, but through actions that embodied rather than explained. He cooked meals that contained echoes of the All Blues' perfect harmony. He moved through forms that demonstrated the integration of all he had learned and become. He listened to others with an attention so complete it created spaces where they could recognize their own deeper nature. Some came seeking techniques, recipes, maps to the mythical convergence he had discovered. These he gently redirected toward their own journeys, their own unique paths to the same essential discovery. For the All Blue, he explained, existed not just in one location, but wherever the artificial boundaries between self and world, between seeking and finding, between dream and reality, dissolved into recognition of their fundamental unity. They say he remained in that coastal region for a season, perhaps longer, perhaps less, for time itself seemed to move differently in his presence. He trained a few who showed capacity for carrying forward aspects of what he had learned. He created meals that people would remember for lifetimes. He resolved conflicts not through force, but through fostering the recognition that most opposition arises from misperceived unity. And then, as autumn painted the world in colors of transition and release, he simply continued, not vanishing dramatically, nor announcing departure, but moving with the natural flow that had become his essence. Some claimed to glimpse him on distant shores, others in dreams that felt more substantial than waking life. Sailors reported encounters with a ship that appeared during storms to guide vessels to safety, its cook creating meals that healed both body and spirit. Perhaps he returned to the All Blue, that perfect convergence he had discovered. Perhaps he carried it within him wherever he went, the boundaries between finding and being, between seeking and embodying, having dissolved completely in the alchemy of his journey. Perhaps he became one of those rare beings who exist simultaneously in multiple realms, visible only to those with eyes prepared to see beyond ordinary limitation. His companions continued their own paths, changed forever by what they had witnessed and experienced, carrying aspects of the All Blue within themselves to share in their unique ways. The navigator, guiding others through uncharted waters, both external and internal. The storyteller, preserving the journey in tales that functioned as maps for future seekers. The healer, integrating the perfect wholeness he had glimpsed into his work with broken bodies and spirits. The warrior, protecting spaces where others might safely undertake their own transformative journeys. The legend grew, as legends do, gathering details, both accurate and embellished, inspiring some to undertake their own quests, comforting others with the knowledge that such integration is possible even if they themselves never directly experience it. His story became one of those rare narratives that functions simultaneously as history, myth, and possibility, something that both happened exactly once and continues happening eternally. They say that on certain nights, when the boundary between sea and sky blurs into perfect unity, those with hearts attuned to such things can sometimes glimpse a solitary figure walking upon waters that support him as naturally as earth supports those who belong to it, not separated from the elements, but in perfect communion with them, not seeking the all blue, but embodying it with each step, each breath, each moment of complete presence. And if someday, when you close your eyes, you sense a presence like gentle flame, a warmth that nourishes without consuming, a strength that protects without dominating, perhaps he's still out there, this pilgrim who found what he sought by becoming what he searched for, this guardian of the dream that exists beyond all dreams, yet remains eternally available to those who prepare themselves to recognize it.